As we walk our different paths through life, we sometimes find ourselves faced with a situation that takes us outside our comfort zone. We feel doubt and confusion, but we know we must keep moving forward to succeed. Obstacles block our way. Tackling new problems can seem overwhelming. And new challenges drive us to do better, to be better. Some days we feel like we're just a face in a crowd. And others, we can feel like the spotlight shines on us alone. But we must not be afraid of failure, because the family we find in our friends and mentors can guide us, can motivate and remind us that with courage and commitment, anything is possible.
It is still so that excellence from the beginning on was a core value. In other words, it is about quality.
As an individual, we learn that here, thinking differently can mean thinking innovatively, which is not only celebrated, but encouraged. As a community, we look to each other for support as we head towards excellence. And together, we see that our goals are within our reach. We find the strength to grow, to succeed, and support others along the way. This is the WHU spirit.
The Bachelor of Science program 2024 with a piece by Ben King, Stand By Me.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me, darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, all the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand
Eva Huhn, and Daniel Baumgärtner, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to talk a lot about talent today, and we have seen a very special talent of two of our students, among the many other talents that is currently very crowded and dense here in the room. Dear graduates of the Bachelor of Science class of 2022, dear faculty members, dear family Wellendorff, ladies and gentlemen. 2 years ago, we did not have a face-to-face graduation celebration because of the COVID-19 crisis. 2 years ago, we did have a graduation only at the WHU landing page. Last year, it was better because we celebrated under a tent at the Burgplatz, which was wonderful. A little cold, but wonderful. It is so extremely nice that so many of you are celebrating the graduation of the year 2022 with us today, in person, physically, and as my colleague says, in 3D. 220 graduates of the bachelor program are entitled to receive their certificates, and an incredible number of 850 people have come today into this room to celebrate with us. And this afternoon, the celebration will continue with the Masters of Science classes of 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, normally on this occasion, I try to say something entertaining or something funny in my short speech. Typically, I leave the more serious contents to our keynote speakers. But this year, this is different. Because since February 2022, we all have to observe that military power tries to dominate democracy and the free will of the people. We all face the horrible war of Russia against the Ukraine in the middle of Europe. And in addition to that, we still suffer under Corona and the limitations which Corona brings for our lives. It is still not over, though it is very enjoyable, of course, to be together with all of you today. Moreover, we see shifts to the political right in Hungary, in Poland, very recently in Sweden, Italy. We live in times where democracy is much more at risk than ever since World War II. Now you may say, so what? What is democracy good for? The answer to this question is the topic of my short speech today. And the answer to the question has a lot to do with you, the graduates of the Bachelor of Science classes of 2022. The answer is namely, democracy makes people happy, and regimes which are less free make people unhappy. Did you know that only 12% of all people of all countries in the world can be qualified as full democracies? This covers only 6.4% of the people in the world. This data is taken from the Economist Democracy Index 2021, which is the most recent index, the most recent data. On the other hand, more than 37% of the world's citizens live in authoritarian regimes. Given that, we can feel as very privileged here in Europe, at least if we appreciate democracies. But there are very good reasons why democracies should be appreciated. And before I go to this aspect, let me mention two side aspects of democracy with regard to Germany. The German democracy level is not top in the world. Germany has a full democracy, sure, but there are at the same time 14 countries in the world with better democratic governments, elections, political participation, and civil rights. These are the dimensions based on which democracy is measured, according to The Economist. Norway and New Zealand, for instance, have much more developed democracies than Germany. And the second aspect, which I find kind of scary, is that democracy is less and less the success model of the world. Countries like Hungary, China, Russia have reduced the democratic rights since 2019 very significantly. And also the whole world shows less democratic values than in 2019, which is for the first time the case after World War II. Since World War II, democratic levels continue to rise, even though not to the majority of all people, but continues to rise, and now it's going down. Let me come to the more important question. Not only the question whether we have democracy and whether we can work on it, but why is democracy desirable? In order to answer that question, let me refer to the World Happiness Report of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. This report exists since 2012 and is published once every year and utilizes scientific, rigorous methodologies to measure the average life evaluation of people in 146 countries worldwide. Afghanistan and Lebanon have the least happy people. North Korea didn't deliver data. Finland, Denmark, Iceland, and Switzerland have the happiest people. At least they say that they are the happiest. Data about 6 factors are collected in order to measure the happiness of the people. The biggest explanatory power for happiness is provided by the GDP per capita. In other words, a certain level of wealth makes happy, but I'm going to refer to that point afterwards because it has to be seen relatively. And not only wealth makes happy. Social support is the second most important dimension. This dimension refers to the quality of friendships you have, the family embeddedness, the love you give and receive. Health is number 3, and then very importantly, number 4 is freedom. We can now conclude that material contributions seem to load most intense on the happiness of the people, but on the other hand, there's something that has to be taken into consideration. We can measure that democratic countries are also richer in terms of GDP per capita than authoritarian regimes, at least in average. In other words, in addition to income and social embeddedness, another very important dimension of happiness is the freedom to make life choices. The freedom to make life choices is the national average of binary response to the question, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with your freedom to choose what you do with your life? We don't know what the people are really answering there and what they are taking into consideration. However, if we now statistically correlate the democracy index that I was earlier talking about with the happiness index, we find a correlation of 0.7 between democracy and happiness. This correlation level is higher than the correlation between happiness and GDP per capita. It is, in fact, the highest correlation that I have been able to find. There's another correlation, as a fun fact aside. Happiness and confession is also very highly correlated. Protestants are happier than Catholics, or at least as are the people who declare themselves to be happier. This correlation is 0.62, less at least than the democracy correlation. In other words, democracy makes happy without any doubt. Now, what has that all to do with you? A lot. You are now graduates of one of the best business schools in Europe. You're still young, but you are the people who have the power to make much more of a difference in the future than others. You're going to be the thought leaders in your companies, in your environments, in your countries. You are going to shape much stronger the world of the future than other people who don't have a WHU degree or who don't even have an academic degree. Your values count a lot. I don't know whether you know the citation of the Spider-Man movie, which says, with great power comes great responsibility. Okay, I don't want to be too pathetic, but the message is nevertheless true. You have achieved a lot. You have the power to change things. You should do things with great responsibility. Sometimes you will find yourself in a professional competition, in a debate what is right and what is wrong. Always stay fair and respect your competitors. You will be respected only if you respect them. Being fair to others will make it easier for you to achieve your goal. Being unfair always ends without success. What really counts in the world is to be happy and to make each other happy. Money helps to some extent. Fairness and freedom helps more for yourself and for the others. You may have heard of the study of Matthew Killingsworth in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, which finds that people get happier with more income, but there is a happiness plateau. This is reached when the income reaches a level of $75,000, which is not low, but it means that money makes you happier, but not anymore beyond a certain level. This is not the case for freedom. Freedom makes you happier with every increase in addition to what you already have. So it does also not hold for your social embeddedness and your social support. So those happiness dimensions are unlimited. Democracy is implied by freedom, by fairness, and by social support. The more democratic the environment is, the happier the people are. And unlike the income effect, freedom and social values make us unlimitedly happy. So why don't we all invest our energy to make the world more democratic and freer and fairer? This is what I would like to recommend to all of you and all of us. And should you find that all not very convincing, then maybe the following correlation: even though there are only around 20 countries in the world who are full democracies, countries who have been world football champions have exclusively been democracies. With the exception of Brazil, which is a democracy, but a so-called flawed democracy. Maybe that helps for motivation if all of the rest did not help. By the way, all countries who were world football champions were Catholic countries. There's only one exception: England, 1966. Is that another indicator that the Wembley goal was incorrect? Ladies and gentlemen, dear fellow students, today you are now awaiting your deserved bachelor diplomas. And the last thing before I come to an end with my address is to ask you all for an applause for several people and groups. Those people who have invested a lot of effort to make the study experience valuable, uncomplicated, and memorable. And I would like to start with Dr. Stefan Löw as the program director. Very well deserved, but there come a couple of names. So, Stefan Löw, the program director, you have done more than one can expect. Together with the academic director, Professor and Christian Hagist, they are really a benchmark team for the bachelor programs in the world. I also would like to express thanks and hope think they deserve applause, namely Max Beckmann and Arian Sivari, the class representatives. You do not even know what for. The class representatives, and I think they deserve applause for many things, among others for the organization of the event tonight, together with Pauline Schneider and Justus Schröder from the master's classes, and for a very trustworthy and friendly cooperation with the management team of the school over the last couple of years. And sometimes Max even organized a glass of wine for me on the events, which I'm also personally very grateful for. Also, Karsten Nicolai deserves our applause for organizing the event, which starts in the morning and which will probably not end before 2 a.m. in the night. Karsten, it is a mandatory duty to stay on the ball at least until midnight today. Applause for you. And Heike Hülpisch of our career office does an incredible job with helping the students at any time of the day. And by the way, she was also the first contact point to our keynote speaker today. Heike, thank you very much. And last but not least, our Deputy Dean and Academic Director of the programs, Professor Jürgen Weigand. You are overseeing all of these many activities very successfully. You deserve also an applause. But today, in addition to all of these people, first and foremost today, the members of the bachelor class of 2022 deserve an applause for their achievements. Thank you very much and congratulations to all of you. That was the end of the speech. Now we continue with the rest of the program, and I would like to suggest that I introduce the next two speakers to you, and then you come up the stage, Karsten first and Mr. Wellendorff second. So I have the pleasure to introduce two people to you, namely the next speakers. Let me start with Karsten Jungmann, who is a very good friend of our institution. I may say so, hopefully. Karsten is a honorary professor at the Bucerius Law School and the head of the supervisory board at Birkenstock. The Bucerius Law School is our sister institution because they are in the field of law what we are in the field of business, the best in the country. Today, we welcome you again, the best in the country and one of the best in Europe. That's I forgot. Today, we welcome you again with great joy, Karsten, in your capacity as the program director of our joint Bucerius WHU Law Certificate, which we offer to our bachelor students. And Karsten, before you enter to the stage, let me also welcome our keynote speaker of today. Christoph Wellendorff is personally liable shareholder and co-CEO of the Wellendorff GmbH in Pforzheim, which is not any company. It is a jewelry company that has a completely unique style. And even I have realized that. I'm not so deeply into it. They make beautiful pieces by hand, and it's a very successful family business from Pforzheim, Germany. Many of you will know the jewelry pieces. My wife will go onto the ball tonight with a Wellendorff ring in your honor, Mr. Wellendorff, tonight. Family businesses are particularly important to us at WHU. Many of our graduates come from family businesses. We have a very strong research group on this topic, headed by my colleagues Nadine Kammerlader and Christina Günther. In this respect, we are the right place to assess your company academically. But as we all know, there is a gap between theory and personal experience. That is why we are all more than happy to see you again in 3D and in person on the stage, Mr. Wellendorff, and also very cordial welcome to your wife, Mrs. Wellendorff. You are a jeweler and goldsmith, have been working for Mercedes-Benz, not very long, then for Rolex in Geneva. This is the watch company, in case you shouldn't know it. And you are an alumnus of the University of Stuttgart as a business graduate, and that's maybe the only wrong decision that you took in your career, a graduate of the ESCP in Paris, which is a close competitor to our school. But given that you're here today, that's absolutely fine. Today you're here with us. We are very much looking forward to your ceremonial speech, and of course, to both of you, Karsten and Mr. Wellendorff, you deserve a very warm applause.
Dear Markus Rudolf, many thanks for this very warm welcoming. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Wellendorff, dear parents, dear relatives, friends, faculty, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, first of all, dear graduates of the class 20 and 22. Bucerius Law School is congratulating all graduates to their academic achievements, and the whole institution is sending its warmest regards from Hamburg. However, please allow me to specifically address those of you who today obtain, in addition to the other certificates, their certificate in business law issued by Bucerius Law School. In my capacity as the program director of this corporation, I'm responsible for the collaboration of our two universities in the field of interdisciplinary teaching approaches. And I'm delighted to say that you are, meanwhile, the 9th class that successfully completed its studies in business law. What did that mean for you in the past years? In addition to mastering all other challenges of studying international business law, business administration, you had courses on labor law, business taxation, capital markets law, and the restructuring of companies. Yes, I know that also means you had to write even more exams. But I'm sure it was worth the trouble. In today's world, there is basically no business without law. As a young person, as an entrepreneur, as a founder, you perhaps might not have this feeling yet. However, I'm sure once you've worked in countries and environments that don't have a reliable legal structure, you'll be convinced of the opposite. So perhaps you can make a promise today. In the future, once you're a CEO yourself, please allow then your general counsel more than 60 seconds to explain a rather complicated legal topic. At the same time, trust me, in my career as a lawyer, I have learned that also law without business, i.e. law without any economic dimension, is oftentimes a meaningless discipline. So at least understanding each other's language is a great skill. And I try to promise on behalf of all lawyers, yes, sometimes we should and could be more precise and shorter in explaining complicated legal topics. However, that the laws themselves will be getting less complicated in our world, I'm afraid this is something I can't promise. For more than 15 years now, and Markus Rudolf has mentioned that, WHU Otto Beisheim School of Management and Bucerius Law School have a fruitful cooperation on both the bachelor and the master level. Both institutions aim at excellence. Both universities have, year by year, and you are the proof of that, brilliant graduates. And both institutions understand that interdisciplinary approaches are essential. You see, today, your dean delivered the graduation speech with topics of democracy and was able to link that to GDP and correlation issues. That's something, I would say. For all this, our cooperation per se is already a good example, and we are just about to add a new element to our collaboration, namely annual conferences on hot topics on an academic level that are analyzed, discussed from both the legal and the business perspective. And it starts very soon in Hamburg in November on topic of supply chains. Moreover, WHU and Bucerius Law School are committed to intercultural competencies in learning and teaching in a diverse environment. Thus, we truly feel that by working together, we create added value. We appreciate the support that our cooperation and the so-called law track receives by numerous people here in Wellendorff, and it is also me who wants to thank Stefan Löw for all the assistance he provided in the past years again. However, the strongest symbol of the success of all this is you, the 2022 recipients of Bucerius Law School's Certificate in Business Law. Keep and strengthen the skills that you have obtained during your additional studies and have all thinkable success in your future life. Once again, congratulations.
Dear Professor Rudolf, thank you for the warm welcome. Dear graduates, ladies and gentlemen, you should come here and have a look at your smiling faces, at the sparkle and at the atmosphere of that room. Unbelievable. This is a wonderful atmosphere that you create. When I was young, I learned that the secret of a good speech is a funny start. Maybe a joke. Well, I have a good and old joke that I want to share with you. It's about the profession of the consultants. And I know that, but the joke is only about the bad consultants. And I know in this room we have many consultants, so it's not about you, it's about the other ones, the bad ones. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd looking after his sheep.
Suddenly, a brand new Porsche appears. The driver, a man dressed in an Armani suit, Cerruti shoes, Ray-Ban glasses, and a Rolex watch, gets out and asks the shepherd, "If I can tell you how many sheep you have, will you give me one of them?" The shepherd looks at the young man, then looks at the large flock of grazing sheep and replies, "Okay." The young man parks the car, connects his ultra-thin laptop, scans the ground using his GPS, opens a database in 60 Excel sheets filled with logarithms, then prints out a 150-page report on his high-tech mini printer. He turns to the shepherd and says, "You have exactly 1,586 sheep here." The shepherd cheers. "That's correct. You can have your sheep." The young man makes his pick and puts it in the back of his Porsche. The shepherd looks at him and asks, "If I guess your profession, will you return my animal to me?" The young man answers, "Yes, why not?" The shepherd said, "You must be a consultant." "How did you know?" asked the young man. "Very simple," answers the shepherd. "First, you came here without being called. Second, you charged me a fee to tell me something I know already. And third, you don't understand anything about my business. Now, can I have my dog back?" But honestly, I didn't come here to make fun of all the consultants. Now my speech should start, right? What is the problem of this specific consultant? He does not have the emphasis for the person in front of him. He does not, what we say, feel the customer. He might have a lot of knowledge and be a smart man, but the lack of emphasis, feel and love, makes his decision irrelevant, of no use. Why did I tell you that joke today? All of you, the graduates, have been studying very hard. This is at least what our daughter Isabel told us when she graduated in the 33rd year, 3 years ago, at the WHU. You have learned lessons from the best professors we have in Germany. You have studied hours, weeks, years, how to make smart decisions. You know now different tools, codes, analysis to make the right decisions. I remember Isabel teaching me the different computer languages she used, the calculation schemes, the different financial models modern companies should use now. After you studied here at one of the best business schools in Europe, in my script I have in the world, that's okay. I'm learning from the dean. You are now able to make the right decisions for all the important questions that are coming up for you in your life now. But really? There are those moments of decisions that change your life. Which career path to take, which job to choose, which partner to trust, which city to move to. How should I handle the really important questions in my life? How far do I want to go for my job? How far do I want to go for my family, for my partner? In our family, we went through the same process. Isabel was 21 years old when she graduated here. She and most of her friends had the same questions. Continue with a master, do an internship, start with a professional career, follow your partner. How to evaluate all these options? What advice to give her as a parent? Which business instrument should she use? In my life, I came across 3 inspirations to answer all these questions. The first is a video that I've seen with an interview of Bill Gates. He was asked, what is your biggest regret if you were hit by a bus today and died? After pausing for a short period, the most successful entrepreneur and businessman in the world that did almost everything right in his life said with tears in his eyes, you know, thanking Melinda. 2 years later, they were divorced. You are lucky not being Bill Gates, so you can learn from his mistakes for your own life. The second inspiration comes from the Bible. It says God didn't give us the spirit that is timid, but one that is powerful, loving, and self-controlled. Again, it's not the fear, but it's love that should be the driving force in our life. My third inspiration comes from one of my favorite books, from Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. The Little Prince said, now here's my secret, a very simple secret. It is only with the heart that one can see rightly. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Dear graduates, why did I cite Bill Gates, the Bible, and Saint-Exupéry? You are all facing important questions in this part of your life. You all have the knowledge, the wisdom, and advice, not only from your family, but also from your friends, from the great professors at the WHU. All the technical knowledge is inside of you already. But all the rules and techniques from the management theory are only instruments. The real key to success and a happy life, for me, is something else. Nobody else can tell you, can teach you what is right or wrong for yourself. Trust yourself. All you need to know is already inside, is already here, is inside of you. Listen to your heart is probably the most effective way to find the right answer for your own important decisions. It is said that love is the strongest power in the universe. Well, I believe this is true. Dear graduates, as a small souvenir to remember the idea and the power of love and the love of today, I want to give you something that you can take home today. As a professional goldsmith, I learned that some gemstones have a special meaning and power. On your chair, you found already a small brown bag. Now, sorry for the ladies, there's not a Wellendorff ring inside, sorry. But that's something that your parents take care. But a small rose quartz. It is said that the rose quartz stands for the heart and for the power of love. You may keep that stone for the rest of your life and put it at a place where you can see this stone every day, next to your bed, your laptop, or your fridge. It will strengthen your heart and will always remind you of the strongest power of the universe that you have inside of you. That is love. Today is the moment to celebrate. Congratulations, celebrate with love, celebrate with your family, celebrate with your friends, and don't forget, celebrate yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wellendorff, and thank you very much for these insightful words and honest words, and I couldn't agree more with what you said. Typically, we have a little jewelry gift for our good keynote speakers. The bad keynote speakers don't get anything. But for you, that doesn't make any sense. But I know that you're also a very active sportsman. And therefore, we have a sports equipment for you, and we hope that you think of WHU when you wear that as much as we think of you when we have that rose quartz with us. Thank you very much for being here. It was a great pleasure. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, I think if I have the agenda correctly in mind, we are now coming to the most important part of today, at least for you. Namely the awarding of the graduation certificates. Let me make some organizational remarks. I'm looking a little bit to my colleagues because I'm always in danger to explain that wrong. So we have 6 groups. First group is from Josephine Alolio until Julius Kruse, Alexander Decker until Henriette Gust, and so on. And we ask you to basically, we ask you that the whole group comes onto the stage, then gets the certificates, and once you have the certificates, to disappear from the stage. Disappear as a whole group, not single people, right? So stay on the stage until your group is finalized, and then you may go back to your seats. We would, because we are still in the corona phase, waiver, if that is okay with you, the handshake. So in other words, we give you, my colleague Christian and I, we give you the certificates, do a little bow, and then it's done. All right, so if I explained everything correctly, may I ask group number 1, beginning with Josephine Alolio until Julius Kruse onto the stage. Habe ich das falsch ausgesprochen? Alolio. Weil Sie so gelacht haben? Alolio. Alolio. Wow, you look older than earlier. So, first one is Josephine Axel Alolio, please. Congratulations. Photo. Okay. Kilian Leonard Alexander Bachem, please. Congratulations. Okay. Soll ich hier mit dem Kreuz stehen bleiben? Das Kreuz. Anna-Lotte Baltes, please. Congratulations. Okay. Leon Andres Band. Congratulations. Luca Frédéric Beaujean. Congratulations. Okay. Matthäus Berger. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Elisabeth Berriozza. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Berriozza? Berriozza. Spanisch. Ah. Elisa Bayer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Danke. Silja Sophie Bienert. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Sabrina Bier. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Paul Philipp Billen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Charlotte Blessing. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Grüße an die Eltern. Stefan Blume. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Porsche Blume. Magdalene Bock. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Lara Maria Böcher. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Christine Heike Bösen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Karl Louis Paul Boos. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Meine Mutter heißt nicht Beate Boos. Maximilian Borkowski. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Kianosch Marlon Braun. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Clara Breitenreiter. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Konstantin Bunte. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Mohit Farouk Butt. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Joel Kakutalu. Nein, Kakutalua. Entschuldigung. Ja. Joel Kakutalula. Henri Paul Capell. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Johanna Gisela Sonja Chatterjee. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Leslie Anne Chevalier. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Alissa Schulen-Scherler. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Leonardo Kofone. Glückwunsch. Auch von Paul Markus. Auch von Paul Markus. Kea Komperl. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Nick Julius Kompes. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Und schöne Grüße an den Großvater. Johanna Sophie Konradi. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Sebastian Kramer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Ich hoffe, es geht gut. Julius Alexander Kruse. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. That was it. If you now may want to go back to your seats, please.
So may I now ask to the stage everybody from Alexander Decker to Henriette Gust, please. Surprise, surprise, Alexander Decker, please. Bitte schön. Mats Michael Dehler. Congratulations. Christian Deitner. Congratulations. Laura Marion Denkhaus. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Mareike Dirkes. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Deep Mai Din. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Gratulation. Congratulations. Luisa Andrea Dix. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Shirin Jafari. Congratulations. Felix Anton Dömges. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Leon Aurel Dreher. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Lilly Theresa Eishold. Congratulations. Sarah Elli. Thank you. Emilia Maria Katharina Gertrud Eiring. Gratuliere. For the letter F, I need a little bit of assistance. If you listen closely to the last names, you know why. So I ask my dear colleague Michael Frenkel to the stage, who takes over the letter F.
Thank you very much for allowing me to award the certificates to everyone whose last name starts with F. Moritz Konstantin Fecklist. Glückwunsch. Jonathan Friedrich Fischer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Dankeschön. Marc Philipp Franzen. Vielen Dank, dass wir hier das machen können. Ja? Gut, alles gut. Samantha Joy Frenkel.
G, I can. Oh no, it's Fricke. Erik Fricke. Congratulations. Now G. Julius Ferdinand Geiser. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Julius Valentin Garbe. Congratulations. Emma Luisa Gehl. Congratulations. Lena Kara Geier. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Philipp Gerber. Congratulations. Carla Goye. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Ella Marie Gilles. Congratulations. Maximilian Alexander Leser. Congratulations. Anton Philipp Gleuer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Pablo Gonzalo Saul. Congratulations. Gerion Paul Gradias. Congratulations. Roland Graser. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Emily Sophie Greiner. Congratulations. Nora Frederike Greiser. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Geht es? Jonas Griese. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Paulina Christina Gründel. Congratulations. Henriette Christine Gust. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. So, congrats to everybody here and please disappear. Hast du die nächste?
Dritte Gruppe, ne? Oder? Group number 3 would start with Fabienne Harder and end with Sophie Kuschel, please. Commitment with the last power is coming to stage. Fabienne Harder, please. Haben Sie was mit Markus Harder zu tun? Markus Harder? Ja, was ist? Elias Hahn. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Franziska Alexandra Geurtje Harzheim. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Dritter Name war schwierig.
Hab ich mir nicht ausgesucht.
Trotzdem schön. Lea Heinlein. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Aus Franken?
Nee.
Nicht? Aha. Lennart Hellwig. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Danke. Viola Herbert. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Dominik Deilen-Herr. Congratulations. Super. Dina Greta Elisabeth Hinkelmann. Congratulations. Oh, boy. Don't need it. Sven Frederik Hirschmann. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Eva Hohn. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Schön gesungen. Luisa Katharina Josephine Hüttwohl. Ihre Mutter Lehrerin? Ihre Mutter Lehrerin? Nicht? Matja Jandolo. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Wir kennen uns. Super. Willi Adam Ihle. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Ja. Nick Ittershagen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Danke, super. Laurenz Jakob. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Leonhard Valentin Josef. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Jan Michel Jubel. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Ja. Maximilian Jungmann. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Aber nichts mit ihm zu tun. Dann so? Nein. Maja Andrea Katz. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Ja. Carolina Sidney Kemper. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Luis Maria Kirchner. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Nikolaus Benjamin Alexander Klaue. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Sehr schön. Niklas Klausner. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Jonas Klein. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Felix Levin Klön. Oh je. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Nicht unelegant. Thomas Leonhard Klose. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Philipp Maximilian Klug. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Moritz Bastian Köberich. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Alicia Luisa Komorek. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Noah Alexander König. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Karl Alexander Köster. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Elena Kowalik. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Chiara Katharina Krebs. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Luca Maximilian Kühn. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Lara Kulke. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Sophie Kuschel. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Okay, thank you very much. And if you now may go back to your seats, that would be great. Thank you.
Labus noch richtig? Ne? Labus, ja. I see it's working automatically. Everybody please from Mr. Labus to Mrs. Quirmbach. Mrs. Labus, I'm sorry. It's a small phone. Mrs. Paula Mathilde Labus. Congratulations. Konstantin Frederik Lemmerhirt. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Hani Le. Congratulations. Nu Kan Li Lin Le. Congratulations. Charlotte Lettau. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Philipp Klaus Berthold Löffler. Congratulations. Katharina Gerda Dorothea Lonnes. Congratulations. Valentin Alexander Dennis Claude Lowin. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Erik Holger Lürs. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Tristan Merkisch. Congratulations. Helena Valerie May. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Nikolaus Benedikt Meyer. Congratulations. Maximilian Louis Martin. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Elaine Ricarda Olivia Martens. Congratulations. Arne Herbert Marx. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Lukas Philipp Minnebeck. Congratulations. Luca Lars Navrot. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. David Yik van Ng. Congratulations. Richard Tim Niklas. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Justus Nummer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Niklas David Nürk. Congratulations. Aryo Omrani. Congratulations. Marie Felicitas Pachtner. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Peter Paul Georg Pagnia. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Sean Dominic Sebastian Power. Congratulations. Lara Naomi Gisela Patz. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Alexander Blagovest Petkov. Congratulations. Pauline Pfennigsdorf. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Matthias Benedikt Podesser. Congratulations. Justus Anton Prenger. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Bianca Marguerite Quirnbach. Congratulations. Congrats to all of you.
Next group. Next group starts with Florentin Ramede and ends with Julia Strothmann. Florentin Ramede. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Julius Peter Reichel. Congratulations. Anna Alicia Margarete Reimers. Leona Johanna Redmann. Marlena Rink. Congratulations. Super. Jakob Rittel. Danke. Danke. Lisa Röder. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Milena Jule Römer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Super. Danke. Julia Runge. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Clara Sales Ackermann. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Tim Scharf. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Till Maximilian Louis Schäfers. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Björn Angelo Schick. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Wir beide da drauf? Marc Schilling. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Elena Schleupen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Carlos Leander Schmidt. Rebecca Sophia Schmitz. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Super. Theresa Schmitz. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Danke. Noel Elias Schöpplein. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Anna-Katharina Schröder. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Danke. Bruno Calypso Schuricht. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Julia Esther Christiane Schütte. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Danke. Philipp Lothar Suß. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Merci. Nico Sperber. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Tim Kaspar Stammen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Michelle Sternberg. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Danke. Maximilian Strohmeier. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Julia Maria Strothmann. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Thank you very much. And you may now go back to your seats, please.
Tight. And now everybody from Mr. Paul Teitske to Mr. Arian Sevari, please come onto the stage. Ich rufe Sie auf. Paul Felix Teitke. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Suryara Tayanathan. Congratulations. Fabian Friedrich Juraj Thiele. Congratulations. Fritz Paul Thiemann. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Andrea Thompson. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Lukas Karl Philipp Tietmann. Congratulations. Ferdinand Paul Törner. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Sebastian Tobias Turwitt. Congratulations. Nikolaus Konstantin Veit. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Torben Vetter. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Shayan Fortmeier. Congratulations. Susan Waldorf. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Konrad Friedrich Wollrad Peter Wasmuth. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Luca Jonas Weiler. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Daniel Weiß. Congratulations. Christopher Wert. Congratulations. Nadia Weyer. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Antonia Viviana Melissa Wolf. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Leon Alexander Wolf. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Hanka Wolters. Congratulations. Alexander Wille Elias Zengerling. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Patrick Lauri Oskar Zengerling. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Sayed Arian Sivari. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Congratulations to you all, and again, as the former groups. Thank you very much.
Oder kommt er? Okay. Next agenda point. I already introduced the two gentlemen, Max Beckmann and Arian Sivari. We are looking forward to your address.
So before we start, thank you for having us last. This really helps with our nervousness. Dear Professor Jungmann, dear Mr. and Mrs. Wellendorff, thank you very much for taking the time today to be here in the name of our class, and of course also for the thoughtful present. Dear Professor Rudolf, dear WHU faculty, dear family members, friends, and most importantly today, dear fellow students of the bachelor class of 2022. It is an honor for the two of us to welcome you today to celebrate the last 3 years we spent together. But before we start to reflect on these years together, we would like to congratulate all of you on your achievements since we assume that from all the speakers today, we probably know the best what we have been through together. We have managed to receive all credits, and that while going through an unprecedented pandemic, and this deserves recognition and respect. This outstanding achievement from one of Europe's best business schools is something to celebrate, and we are certain that this graduation day will give you a proper chance to do so with your loved ones. After being able to study for 3 years at this institution, every one of us has a unique understanding with our common study time. For some, it may be the long nights we spend together, studying for exams or working on cases. For others, it has been the initiatives, and probably for all of us, it means the lifelong friendships we have found and fostered in Wellendorff. And yes, the parties were not too bad either. We have a lot of people to thank for being able to stand and sit here in the Stadthalle. But we would like to start with probably the most important group of supporters, and those are the people sitting just behind you. Our parents, siblings, partners, friends, and other loved ones who have supported us all the way until here. Fellow students, we would kindly ask you to please stand up, turn around, and cheer for the people who made all of this here possible. Thank you. Of course, this all would not have been possible without the effort and commitment of all stakeholders represented here in the Stadthalle today. We want to thank the WHU faculty and administration, the Dean's Office with Professor Rudolf, the WHU Career Center with Ms. Hilpisch, and our academic director, Professor Hagist. It may not have been obvious to most of you, but Max and I had the privilege to work with all of these different stakeholders and much more over the last 3 years, and you really could not imagine how much personal effort has went into offering us the study opportunities we had while going through these difficult times.
Hello. I know we just clapped around 250, 300 times today, but right now I want Mr. Löw to please stand up, and now a proper cheer to the person that, please stand up, Mr. Löw. Please give a real, fruitful cheer to Mr. Löw, who made possible that when the corona pandemic arrived, actually 24 hours after we had online classes, and in an unprecedented speed, we had online classes. And I think not everyone here, even the students, are aware how much work that was, and are aware that we were the first one actually in Germany who managed to do that. And Mr. Löw is responsible for that with the whole administration, so please give a hand. Thank you, Mr. Löw. We hope you will stay and support many WHU classes in the future, like you did for us. Looking forward, we're already seeing new challenges ahead. But we're certain that the bonds we created together here in Wellendorff will help us to find solutions and develop as leaders who can shape and improve the world, one PowerPoint slide at a time. We're confident that our journey has just started. This is everything but a farewell. We will stay connected, we will stay in touch, one way or another. With all that being said, dear friends and fellow students, we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the trust you put in us for the last 3 years. It has been a pleasure and an honor to serve and represent you, and not at one point we have felt differently. For now, let's enjoy this special day. Let's think about the time we spent together today, and most importantly, let's have a really great party tonight.
So, when I did my introduction speech, I did not really forget to mention somebody, because I knew that I have the chance to mention him right now. Namely, the chairperson of the In Praxi organization, Dr. Markus Rudolf, is coming here today in order to hand out the Best Thesis Award. Marco, you are somebody who is really a good friend of this institution. You live WHU, so to say. You are a WHUler. You are the chairperson of WHU. You are one of the most successful entrepreneurs and an academic. And we are very happy that you share your time with us today. And would you please come up to the stage?
Yeah, Markus, thank you very much. This is indeed a large room full of people that look very positive, that are smiling. This is indeed amazing. And I'm really happy that indeed we can do this here again in person in a large room without any relevant restrictions. So, dear graduates of the WHU Bachelor class of 2022, I prefer to stay informal. Dear Creed 36, congratulations. Congratulations to graduating from WHU. To paraphrase a well-known, meanwhile former soccer coach in German, I think this aspect of having a joke is a really good idea. Ihr habt fertig. You are done. So you are finishing your studies. Some may still not believe that this is happening today, maybe even that this is happening at all, but it is happening. Now you have to listen to me as well. I received my first degree from WHU in the year of 2004, essentially sitting where you're sitting now, today, quite a few years later. I'm standing here as the chairman of In Praxi, the WHU Alumni Association, and I'm very happy and honored to be able to send you the best wishes on behalf of all alumni for your future path ahead. But before I actually start, I'm indeed honored to be able to award a prize, the In Praxi Outstanding Thesis Award. With this award, the WHU alumni want to highlight a thesis, Abschlussarbeit, that fulfills highest academic standards and that deals with topics that do not only have a commercial but also a social impact and relevance, and at the same time convince with practical implications. This outstanding thesis award also comes with a prize of 1,000 euros. This year's outstanding bachelor thesis award goes to Alicia Komorek for her thesis for your thesis, Can Everyone Engage in Leadership? Supervised by WHU Assistant Professors Nicole Gottschalk and Pesita von Svasti of the Management Group. Alicia, congratulations. Yeah? The In Praxi jury had to choose from a large number of excellent bachelor theses, and we selected your thesis. Yeah? You are discussing the transition of employees from the role of an expert to the role of a leader. And that is quite a relevant topic that everyone who runs a business knows, who's responsible for teams. There's a difference between experts and leaders. And typically, this is taken for granted that every expert can develop into a leader. And you're addressing that topic, and besides your thesis being academically really rigorous, as well as a captivating read, it's a problem that many managers and experts alike face. And you support the importance of training, coaching for leaders during their transition into that new role. And you also discussed that not every employee might feel appreciated exclusively by being offered more leadership responsibility, but that others might prefer an alternative career path as an expert. So it's a really great work. Congratulations. I have this little tombstone here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. I feel very honored by this award. Thank you.
Yeah, now back to all graduates in this room. Yeah? And indeed, as I said, it's really great that we can have that in person. And probably no other class of WHU has been impacted so much by the pandemic that we've lived through over the past 2.5 years. No other class had so many limitations to face, and still you seem to have that you had a great time, that you formed a great bond within your class. That is cool to see. So you are done, ihr habt fertig, and you might be thinking how fast that time went, that you've been passing here as students at WHU. And that is, of course, because the studies are indeed quite intense, and that kind of could cause that you don't really notice that you're getting older, that you're maturing, if you feel like that. But you are, yeah? And then suddenly you receive your degree, suddenly you are graduates of WHU. WHU and their alumni are traditionally really closely connected. Former students are on duty as examiners during the selection process for new students. They are active in program advisory boards. They are ambassadors of WHU in the companies they work for. They come back to conferences and events on campus. There is the In Praxi Learning Center, a rather new building that the alumni have supported with a substantial donation. So there are diverse connections between the university and the alumni. We alumni hope that your ties as graduates of WHU do not end on this day where you receive your certificates, but that these ties will last also for a very long time, because from today on, you're officially alumni of WHU. And I do hope that you will become very active alumni. If I'm thinking of a couple of wise words, although I believe I'm too young for that, first one would be, don't stop learning still. Yeah? You receive your first academic degree, the bachelor. You're formally done. But learning doesn't stop. Yeah? Also personal development doesn't stop. I keep on learning new things every day. Long after you graduate, yeah, your thirst for knowledge, your ambition to learn new things and understand new things will be extremely important. No matter how much you've done, how successful you've been, there's always more to learn, more to achieve. It can be a formal education, a master's degree at WHU or somewhere else, but it is at least as much a general approach to life. Nobody ever finishes learning. Also, be aware of your responsibility. It takes 10 years at least to build a reputation and can take 5 minutes to destroy it. If I use the word helicopter and Rheingau, probably half of the graduates in this room, although this is, 10, 15 years ago, still know that I'm talking about university a couple of kilometers up the Rhine. So that is exactly what I mean. Be aware of your responsibility towards the WHU and towards the community of WHU alumni. And I like very much, my third point would have been, be also grateful. Be grateful for what you brought here. The fact that you're receiving your degrees today is, of course, your own accomplishment, but it's also the accomplishment of your families, of your loved ones that supported you on the way here, and therefore I like very much what you did earlier. And then fourth, my personal advice, take risks. Yeah? Those of you who know me personally know that is one of my favorite topics, taking risks. Just do it. Borrowing from Warren Buffett, who once said, at the end of your life, you will not regret the things you did, but you will regret things that you did not do. You're young. You're well educated. Yeah? You can try new things. You can go new ways. So be brave, take risks. People typically completely overestimate the relevance of risks. I would encourage you to be brave. You have the best prerequisites for that. And then fifth and finally, welcome to the club. In Praxi has more than 7,000 members living in 65 countries. You all are aware of that red book, which is the printed version, of course also available in a digital form, which contains the names, the addresses, the email addresses, the phone numbers of essentially all WHU alumni. And wherever you go, you will run into fellow WHU alumni who approach you in a very open, very trustful manner. You can attend over 150 events that In Praxi is organizing around the globe per year. This year so far, we had 1,500 alumni attending some form of event. That's great. So one quarter of our membership base was physically attending events this year. So it is a very active community. And I'm based in Berlin. If you're standing there on the Rosenthaler Platz, it reminds you of standing on the Burgplatz because you see WHU people everywhere. But it's not only true in Berlin. For business reasons, I'm traveling from time to Singapore, and there we also have a very active community of alumni in Singapore. So basically half around the globe, WHU alumni are meeting every couple of weeks, and they share a lot of best practices, tips and tricks for living in Singapore. This is really cool to see. So it really works on a global level. So I hope, as I said, that you will become very active alumni too. All alumni had very intensive, sometimes demanding studies that shapes. We know what it is to go through intensive phases of exam preparations, of casework. We know what it is like to be involved in organizing conferences and events. These are experiences that almost all alumni share, and that kind of is a good foundation. For you, maybe you could not experience that to the extent as previous cohorts, but the more I hope you will become very active alumni and shape our network. In Praxi is based on the work of volunteers. We have a few people here in the office centrally, but it is essentially based on people committing time, energy in fostering that community, in pushing it forward. There is a lot of potential in that. We at In Praxi claim that having access and technically becoming member of In Praxi is the second big privilege that you earn by graduating from WHU, next to all the content that you learned during your studies and next to the friendship and community that you developed in your class. We, as In Praxi, are pleased that our network, that our community, has grown by over 200 personalities with you as the class of 2022. So for today, really enjoy the moment. Take a little break, pause a little bit, and enjoy what you've achieved. This is really something. So, once again, congratulations on behalf of all alumni. All the best for your future on many mutual encounters. Let's keep in touch.
Wow, 7,000 names in just such a small book. You may want to consider print it a bit bigger for the people getting older. So, it's almost done, also this ceremony. I have the pleasure to announce a last piece of music, but before I do that, I would like to give you a little bit about of a ceremony instruction. So when this piece of music has been done, then everybody is very cordially invited to a champagne reception outside over there. But the graduates, please stay in the room because Kai Müller is making a graduation photo of all of you. So thank you very much to everybody for being here. I'm looking very much forward to have the chance to talk to you outside with a glass of champagne. And before that ends, I would like to announce Lara Pass from the Bachelor of Science 2022, who is playing a piece of music, My Future by Billie Eilish.
Seem to focus and you don't seem to notice I'm not here. just a mirror. You try your complexion to find your reflections all along. I had to go. Can't you hear me? I'm not coming home. Do you understand? I've changed my plans, 'cause I'm in love with my future. Can't wait to meet her. And I'm in love, but not with anybody else. Just wanna get to know myself. I know supposedly I'm lonely now. No, I'm supposed to be unhappy without someone, but I don't know someone, and I'd like to be your answer, 'cause you're so handsome. But I know better than to drive you home, 'cause you'd invite me in, and I'll be yours again. But I'm in love with my future, and you don't know. And I'm in love, but not with anybody else. I see you in a couple years.
It's over. Thank you very much. And that was sensational, absolutely sensational. See you outside.
As we walk our different paths through life, we sometimes find ourselves faced with a situation that takes us outside our comfort zone. We feel doubt and confusion, but we know we must keep moving forward to succeed. Obstacles block our way. Tackling new problems can seem overwhelming. And new challenges drive us to do better, to be better. Some days we feel like we're just a face in a crowd. And others, we can feel like the spotlight shines on us alone. But we must not be afraid of failure, because the family we find in our friends and mentors can guide us, can motivate and remind us that with courage and commitment, anything is possible.
It is still so that excellence from the beginning on was a core value. In other words, it is about quality.
As an individual, we learn that here, thinking differently can mean thinking innovatively, which is not only celebrated, but encouraged. As a community, we look to each other for support as we head towards excellence. And together, we see that our goals are within our reach. We find the strength to grow, to succeed, and support others along the way. This is the WHU spirit.
Before we start with the welcome, we are starting with a piece of music which is going to be presented by Daniel Baumgärtner, one of our bachelor students of the year 2024, and it's going to be Chopin, Opus 9, Nummer 2. Daniel, please. Daniel Baumgärtner, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Dear graduates of the Masters of Science class of 2022, dear Harm Ohlmeyer, CFO of ADAS, dear members of the faculty and colleagues, dear chairperson of the In Praxi Association, dear Peter. 2 years ago, we did not have a face-to-face graduation celebration because of the COVID-19 crisis. 2 years ago, we did have a graduation only at the WHU landing page. And that might have affected some of you who are now sitting here as master graduates, because 2 years ago you have been the ones who graduated from the bachelor program, and some of you here at WHU. Last year it was better, because we celebrated under a tent on the Burgplatz, which was wonderful. Little cold, but wonderful. It's so extremely nice that so many of you are celebrating today here in that room the graduation of the master's classes of 2022 in person, physically, and in 3D. 210 graduates of the master programs are entitled to receive their certificates. 710 people are sitting here in the room and are ready to celebrate with us. And it's a magic view from the stage down to all of you. A year ago, it would have felt forbidden, but it's much better that it is now allowed. Normally for graduation, I'm trying to say something entertaining and something funny. This year, I have to say something which is a little bit more serious, because we are all facing the horrible war of Russia against Ukraine in the middle of Europe. We all are affected because we always used to have both Russian and Ukrainian students and other WHU members here in the middle of all of us. In addition to this, we all still suffer under Corona and the limitations for our lives. It's still not over, even though it is, of course, very enjoyable to be together with you today. But we don't know what the winter is going to bring. Moreover, we see shifts to the political right in Hungary, in Poland, and very recently in Sweden and Italy. Since February 2022, we all have to observe that military power tries to dominate democracy and the free will of the people. And that all has a lot to do with you, the graduates of the master's classes of 2022. And that's a little bit the story that I would like to tell you. We live in times where democracy is much more at risk than ever over the last 75 years. You now may say, so what? What is democracy good for? And the answer to this question is, democracy makes people happy, and regimes which are less free make people more unhappy. Did you know that only 12% of all countries in the world can be qualified as full democracies? This covers only 6.4% of the world population. This data is taken from The Economist Democracy Index 2021, which is the most recent data which is available. On the other hand, more than 37% of the world population live in authoritarian regimes. Given that, we can feel very privileged here in Europe, at least if we appreciate democracies. But there are good reasons why democracies should be appreciated. Before I go to this aspect, let me mention two side aspects about democracy which have to do with Germany. The German democracy level is not top in the world. Germany surely is a full democracy, but at the same time there are 14 countries in the world with better democratic governments, with better elections, better political participation for the people, and better civil rights. These are the dimensions based on which democracy is measured. Norway and New Zealand, for instance, have much more developed democracies than Germany. The other aspect is that democracy is less and less a success model in the world. Countries like Hungary, China, Russia, and others have reduced the democratic rights since 2019 significantly. And also the whole world shows less democratic values than in the year 2019. So in other words, democracy is not as self-understanding anymore as it used to be, but the really important question is, why is democracy desirable? And in order to answer this question, let me refer to the World Happiness Report of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. This report is published on a yearly basis since 2012 and utilizes scientific, rigorous methodologies to measure the average life evaluation of people in 146 different countries worldwide. Afghanistan and Lebanon have the least happy people, according to that report in the year 2021. North Korea didn't deliver any data, would also be a candidate. Finland, Denmark, Iceland, and Switzerland have the happiest people in the world. This is at least what they say. Data about 6 factors are collected in order to measure the happiness of the people. The biggest explanatory power for happiness is provided by the GDP per capita. In other words, being rich makes happy. But firstly, not only, and secondly, that has to be seen relatively, and I'm going to focus on that point later. What is also very important, that's number 2, is social support. This is the second most important dimension. This dimension refers to the quality of friendships, to family embeddedness, to love and fairness that you give and that you receive. Health is number 3, and democracy is part of freedom, and freedom is number 4. We could now conclude that material contributions seem to load most intents on happiness of the people, more than freedom. But, on the other hand, we can also observe that democratic societies, in average, are richer than non-democratic societies in terms of GDP per capita. A very important dimension of happiness is the freedom to make life choices. The freedom to make life choices is the national average of binary responses to the question, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with your freedom to choose what you do with your life? We don't know what the people who have been asked consider as contribution to their freedom. What we can do, however, as researchers, is we can correlate the World Democracy Index that I was talking about previously with the Happiness Index. And we find a value of 0.7 for the correlation between happiness and democracy. This level is higher than the correlation between happiness and the GDP per capita. It is, in fact, the highest correlation that I have been able to find in all of the data that I collected. And there is another fun fact, maybe. Happiness and democracy is correlated, but happiness and confession is also very closely related to each other. The more Protestants a country has, the happier is the country. Or at least, the happier are the people declaring themselves. This correlation is 0.62. Less than the democracy correlation. In other words, democracy makes happy without any doubt. I'm not talking about causality. We have much better experts in statistics than I am here in the first row. But correlation is already something. You are now graduates of one of the best business schools in Europe. And that explains what that all has to do with you. You are still very young, but you are the people who have the power to make much more of a difference in the future than others. You are going to be thought leaders in your companies. You're going to be thought leaders in your environments and in your countries. You are much stronger in shaping the world of the future than other people who don't have a WHU degree, or not even another degree. So you're much stronger in shaping the world. Your values count a lot. Do you know the citation of the Spider-Man movie which says, with great power comes great responsibility? Maybe a little bit too pathetic, but the message is nevertheless true. You have achieved a lot. You have the power to change things. You should do that with great responsibility. Sometimes you will find yourself in professional competition or in a debate about what is right and what is wrong. You should always stay fair and show respect to your competitors. You will be respected if you respect them, only if you respect them. Being fair to others will make it easier for you to achieve your goals. What really counts in the world is to make other people happy and to be happy. Money helps to some extent. Fairness and social interaction helps more for yourself and for the others. You may have heard, when I refer to the money aspect again, you may have heard of the study of Matthew Killingsworth in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, which finds that people get happier with more income, but that a happiness plateau is reached as soon as an income level of $75,000 per year is reached. Which means more money makes you happier, but not anymore beyond that threshold level. which, by the way, does not hold for freedom. There is no threshold level for freedom, and also not for social support. Democracy is implied by freedom, fairness by social support. The more democratic the environment is, the happier are the people. And this relationship is unlimited. In other words, there may be a reservation level of wealth beyond which happiness does not grow anymore, but freedom makes us unlimitedly happy. So why don't we all invest our energy? Why don't you invest all your energy to make the world more democratic, freer and fairer, and in the end, happier? This is what I would like you to recommend for what is coming in your next stages. And should you not find that all convincing, what I've just said, maybe another argument. Even though there's only around 20 countries in the world which are considered to be full democracies, countries who have been world football champions have exclusively been democracies. Even there's one exception. So they have been full democracies apart from Brazil, which was football champion quite often, but it's a flawed democracy. Maybe that helps more, maybe that helps even more for motivation. And by the way, all countries who were world football champions in the past were Catholic countries. There's only one exception, England, 1966. Is that another proof that the Wembley goal was incorrect? Ladies and gentlemen, dear fellow students, today you are here awaiting your deserved master diplomas. And the last thing before I come to an end with my address is to ask you all for an applause for several people and groups. Those people have invested a lot of effort to make the study experience valuable, uncomplicated, memorable, and as this morning, I would like to start with Dr. Stefan Löw, who is responsible for the master's program as well. Give a big applause to him. I know you get a lot of applause today, but you really deserve it. Keep it in mind until the next graduation is taking place. Together with the academic directors, Professor Christian Andres, Professor Ralf Fendel, and Professor Christoph Hienert, you are really a great team, a benchmark for the world of master's programs. A big applause deserve also Pauline Schneider and Justus Schröder, the class representatives of the master's class, not only for organizing the event together with Ariane Zivari and Max Beckmann from the bachelor classes, because I know that you have realized how much work that is, probably unexpectedly a lot of work, but we also are very confident that everything is going to run smooth, but also for the really trustworthy and friendly cooperation with us during the last 3 years. So for that, you deserve also an applause. And when we are talking about the organization of this event, I am absolutely sure that also Karsten Nikolai deserves our applause for the organization of the event, which starts in the morning and which will probably not end before 2 a.m. in the night. And it's, so to say, a professional duty today to stay at least until midnight, which is a duty which we really like. Karsten. And Heike Hülpisch, which is helping everywhere. I know with the ball, with the financing of the ball, with the private lives of the students. You are really the one who has understood that it is that what counts is make other people happy. And this is our applause for you, Heike. And finally, I wanted also to thank Jürgen Weigand, the Deputy Dean and the Associate Dean of the programs. He cannot hear it right now, but he can nevertheless get an applause, even though he was here this morning. But in addition to all of these people, first and foremost, the members of the master classes of 2022 deserve our big applause for your achievements. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you. Which brings me to agenda point number 2, the introduction of the keynote speaker. Sitting here in the first row, physically and in person, Harm Ullmeier. Harm Ullmeier is a very good friend of our institution, I can say. I hope that you would agree with that. At least you are here from time to time and you talk comparatively friendly about us. Harm Ullmeier is the Chief Financial Officer of Adidas in Herzogenaurach. And in addition to that, he has at least 2 mandates which are of equal importance. The first is he's a member of the supervisory board of the football club Werder Bremen, which is very impressive. And even more impressive is that you are a member of the executive board of the WHU Foundation. And in this capacity, my boss. And let me add the third detail, which you do not find in Harm's CV. He's a very obsessed athlete, runner and biker, and this is all very, very impressive. We are all more than pleased today to be able to meet you here in person, Harm. You hold a degree in business studies from the University of Regensburg in Bavaria, as well as an MBA degree from Murray State University in the United States. You are with Adidas since 1998, and since 2017, a member of the executive board and chief financial officer. And today, you are here with us, and we are all looking very forward to your ceremonial speech. Harm, please, would you come up to the stage?
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's always great to have the speaker session right after lunch. It seems like one of my lifetime tasks. Luckily, I just haven't listened to Dean Rudolf. I could cut it in short by at least 50%, because we have some similarities, I believe. But let's find out. But as I'm prepared anyway, I get it done. So I'm not going to shorten anything. Dear Dean Markus Rudolf, dear academic directors, Professor Andres, Professor Fendel, Professor Hienert, Dr. Löw, dear friends and relatives, but first and foremost, dear graduates of the master classes of 2022. Today is a big day. Today is about all of you. You have all successfully completed your studies at the WHU Otto Beisheim School of Management, which is definitely very special. Therefore, I would like to congratulate you, dear graduates, very warmly on your graduation from this fantastic university. You can truly be proud of yourselves. For sure, your relatives will think likewise. You have completed your studies and your master's degrees with flying colors, and that means, at least I'm going to assume, with excellent grades. Now, the professional world awaits you. But what kind of economic world are we living in today? And Dean Rudolf talked about this one. And what does this world expect from all of you as graduates? There are 2 topics I would like to address in my speech today, and of course, I will slide in some tips and tricks from my side, based on my experience so far. So my theme today is courage and respect. As everything at Adidas comes in three stripes, I like to complement it with some authenticity. And that's why I brought a little hoodie here actually today. Since 1908 with Adidas, but actually also since I'm the CFO since 2017, I've never worn a suit, honestly. So credibility, authenticity, but also being courageous. So when I go on road shows or going to bankers or whatsoever, it's always a hoodie. It's always a hoodie. Today, however, I think respect is part of it, and I have tremendous respect for what all of you have achieved. I haven't been at such a great university, but today is my suit day. It's for your respect. However, before I go into more details, I would like to introduce myself briefly. That's the part where I can cut it out probably by 50 seconds. I was born in the north of Germany. I'm a father of 2 kids. They're both also in the master studies right now. I actually wanted to become a professional athlete. And I played football or soccer all my youth. I wanted to become a professional soccer player. And it all ended with 18. So as always, there's an injury coming. You don't recover. And then, quite honestly, that was probably the biggest failure in my life. And then I had to choose a different path. And the path brought me to Regensburg. I wasn't really a good, student back then, so I didn't even know where Regensburg is. So you remember back then was the so-called Zentrale Verteilungsstelle. I ended up in Regensburg, which was, in hindsight, pretty good. From there, I had an integrated master's studies at Murray State University in Kentucky. Quite interesting back then. I believe very courageous in the early 90s to go to Kentucky. It was quite interesting to get on a plane. Never been to the US before, going to Kentucky. And I learned a lot beyond the academics. Having also lived later on in Southern California when I was the CFO of TaylorMade, the golf company, I actually do understand now the differences of Kentucky and Southern California. Or as some would say, Republicans and Democrats. I knew I wasn't made for a PhD. I wanted to work and already make an impact at a company early on. I was not sure where or what sector, but there was something I was sure I wanted, and I wanted to be independent. That was what's driving me all the time. I wanted to be independent. Having listened to Dean Rudolf, I believe that was my personal democracy, just listening to you. And then secondly, I wanted to be accountable. And that's what I wanted to have my whole life. I want to be accountable also for a company. In hindsight, I still ask myself, I haven't founded a company yet, but it was my dream as an athlete to work for Adidas, and I always thought the grass isn't green on the other side. But not everyone wants that, quite honestly. But if you want accountability, there's one tip or trick. Really surround yourself with great people that know more about their subject matter expertise than you do, and again, respect their expertise. That, for me, was the ingredient of success. But today I'm honored and grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I'm still not sure how it actually happened, but I'm here, as you said. I'm here in person, no virtual, and it's always great to be even in this little hall or at the campus at the WHU. It's always a lot of fun. In these troubled times in world politics, the WHU also stands for a place to achieve excellence in management education, which I've experienced firsthand from speaking and meeting many of you. The WHU Otto Beisheim School of Management also prides itself on becoming the model for future-oriented research and teaching in business economics, and its core values are providing a community, cosmopoliteness, and I read it out, be curious about other people, cultures, and approaches, listen to understand, treat everybody equally, show acceptance and respect. There's the word respect again. Also instilling an entrepreneurship spirit that is filled with passion and innovation to be able to act courageously and be responsible. So again, courageously. And excellence. Strive for the best while reaching for ambitious goals and realizing your potential. Have courage to be an excellent leader and commit to lifelong learning. Again, courage. These core values underpin the school slogan, we foster courage and commitment. And at Adidas, we also have 6 values. 2 of them is courage and respect, and living respect every day. I like that a lot, and that, I believe, could be the motto also for your journey and your future career. Talking what's the future? What kind of world are we living in today? We are indeed living in troubled times, times where I believe courage and respect is needed and more important than ever. We can feel and see it. The world has been thrown a little bit out of whack. Russia is at war with Ukraine. Wars on our front doorstep in Europe, something that was unthinkable for all of us just a couple of months ago. We are still not finished with the global pandemic. Still happy to see no mask here or limited mask. Supply chains are out of sync. I deal with that every day, but also there a little hint. I just recently was in Los Angeles in a very nice restaurant, and we ordered a red wine from Napa Valley, and they said, we don't have it. All these supply chains globally and whatsoever. I said, really? Really? Everything is now a supply chain problem? I thought Napa Valley is in California. Just get in a car. But really, also there, don't always believe everything that people are telling you or what you read in the media. Apply common sense. Inflation is galloping along. A recession of the global economy is looming, if it's not already here. Depends on the definition. And as if all of this were not enough, climate change is progressing relentlessly. In colloquial terms, one might say, it's a lot of baggage. More eloquently put, these are many challenges we and you have to face. Personally, I believe the most serious challenge is actually climate change. When it comes to supply chains, energy crisis, recession, they will disappear or will be resolved at some point. The risk and consequences of climate change, however, is here with us to stay. And I believe resilience alone will not make it. We need, again, courage, the courage to spark change. That's what needs to happen going forward. But before we get all gloomy, I would like to reassure to everyone that I'm not here to spread bad vibes on this special day. I will get to what makes me optimistic about the future in a moment. Before I do, as a lifelong learner myself, it is important we take the time to reflect on the role my and previous generations played on the situation we all find ourselves in. I believe my and previous generations did actually okay. In fact, for many decades, it looked as if the intentions of previous generations were paying off because we had also made a lot of progress. Worldwide trade has helped hundreds of millions of people to escape from poverty, especially in Asia. Here in Europe, we have been living in peace since 1945, thanks to the establishment of the European Union. I believe it's really part of it. And in Germany, after a peaceful revolution in the former GDR, we were able to become one nation again. Thanks to technological progress, we now live longer, better, healthier lives than any generation before us. We have acquired more knowledge and technical possibilities than ever before in human history. Of course, we believed for far too long, and perhaps too naively, that global trade would only bring positive change. We had been counting on a globally connected world that would automatically bring us more prosperity, more freedom, more understanding, and more democracy. We got all the numbers from Dean Rudolf earlier. That's why we are at crossroads right now. Will we embrace a road to more sustainable businesses? Are we capable of increasing prosperity worldwide? And are we willing to defend our freedom? My answer to this is simple. Of course we will. Of course. You may have noticed I'm now coming to the more optimistic part of my speech. And this part starts with you, dear graduates. What makes me optimistic is all of you. You are the next generation. You have your master's degree in your pocket today, or maybe later. You have received a fantastic education and training. You belong to elite graduates from one of the best schools in the world. You have tremendous knowledge, a great community and network, and of course, all of you are smarter than I am. I keep reminding my kids that are both I believe when they finalize their graduation, both the master classes as well, in the top 5% of society. And I also remind them, if you are in the top 5%, if you go to a good school, and if you achieve an above average academic grade, you are definitely somewhere in the top 2%. And history shows that the top 2% actually defines what society is, and the top 2% also defines how you're performing as an economy. And both of this leads again to democracy. You have the keys to that car now, and your children and grandchildren will be your passengers. And sorry, here comes the accountability again, which will rest also on your shoulders going forward. And being the CFO of Adidas, it's every day a privilege. Every day a privilege. And it comes with accountability. And honestly, it's not always fun, especially in these times. It's not always fun. But I keep telling my team, even in tough times, keep the humor. That's also important. Stay positive, stay optimistic. Now is the time for you to go out and change the world with your courage and respect. Yes, this is exactly what we need now, your knowledge, your courage, and your entrepreneurial spirit. Knowledge, courage, entrepreneurial spirit, all things that the WHU gives you for your journey. All things that you have as tools to make a decisive impact on the future. Now you may ask, can I really make a difference as a single person? Can I really make a difference as an individual entrepreneur? And you bet you can. For sure you can. Of course, I need to name Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, the typical ones. I have to also mention Adi Dassler, who founded the company that I'm privileged to work for every day. But I also mentioned Billie Jean King. You might not know, female tennis player. She fought already many decades back for equal pay in tennis. Also this in sport is very, very important. Think of all the unicorns that came from graduates of the WHU. Don't want to name all of them, but I heard it's 15 in total by now. I know some of them personally, whether it's Zalando or Flink. And listening to these entrepreneurs, I thought I'd take one quote from Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela once said, "There's no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living." Seems like a pretty complicated sentence, but so I repeat it again. There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. So unleashing your potential, is that's what we're talking about at Adidas as well, and that's what we're talking about when we talk to athletes. And that's really what it's all about. An example of that sentiment is definitely Ugo Shahin and Özlem Türeci, who have written a fabulous success story by tackling the problems of a global pandemic, and that took place not so far from here in Mainz. Tremendous respect again for what they have achieved. They gave the world a powerful weapon to fight the corona pandemic with the invention of the first approved vaccine against COVID-19. Again, they didn't even have a website in 2014. They made tremendous losses in 2020 and then 10 billion in profit in 21. That's where I think I will come back here with Martin Jakob to now define what are excess profits that need to be taxed now, right? That's what we try to do now for gas and oil companies, and I'm pretty sure I find myself in a lecture defining, what exceeding profits are and how we need to tax these. But again, BioNTech, truly a success story made in Germany. And I honestly believe it wasn't their intention to make 10 billion in profit, by the way. But they took risk and they were showing courage. So let's be inspired by these role models. And there are many of them in society, in business, and as the Adidas CFO, I cannot leave out the athletes in sports. And also our purpose at Adidas, very simple. Through sport, we have the power to change lives. That's what we live for. 60,000 employees, that's what I do every day, because I really believe through sport, we can change people's life. Sport is a global language. It unites people. It keeps you fit and healthy. It makes you happy. It provides role models, and it also has ultimate accountability, and that's what I also like. You know whether you win or lose. And that's what I like, because that is the performance culture that we like to drive as well. And again, with the accountability, a little anecdote. When I became the CFO in 2017, I normally, when I'm in the office, I run 3 times a week on a little track that we have in the office. And then somebody stopped me and said, one day I want to become a CFO and have the time at lunch to do a run again. I said, first of all, very courageous to say that to me. Secondly, I'm running since I joined Adidas. So I'm running for 20 years already. So really, you're accountable also for your own life and your work and life balance. We all talk about work and life balance. It is, again, our accountability to do it, whether you're the CFO or not. I also want to talk role models in sports. Dean Rudolf talked about it. I'm an athlete or triathlete, do a lot of running, biking, swimming, and I got to know Patrick Lange, who won Hawaii, the ultimate Ironman twice. He won Road, and he finished Road this year after he has broken his shoulder in early February, and he finished Road only second, but he did a marathon in 2 hours, 35 minutes and 10 seconds after biking 180 kilometers and swimming 3.8 kilometers. So when I saw him swimming with one arm and he broke his shoulder, I called him and said, we just opened a swimming pool, so let's have a bet. You swim with one arm, I swim with 2 arms. I knew I wouldn't be good for me, but I did it anyway. Well, he beat me by 20 seconds with one arm on 100-meter freestyle, and I'm a pretty decent swimmer, so it took him 1 minute, 10 seconds. Whoever is a swimmer, you know what it means with one arm. But then I realized he is all in, and he's a role model. What he accepts in pain, what he's going through, training sessions, it's remarkable. Just this week, it wasn't part of my speech last week, but this week we had a leadership meeting at Adidas, and Andrea Petkovic came, female tennis player, was twice in the top 10, just retired, last tournament, US Open. And there's always something you learn from an athlete. And she said she was 16 years a professional athlete in tennis. She was twice in the top 10. When she was in the top 10 first, number 9, she got injured. First a back injury, then she came back first tournament, twisted her ankle, out for 6 weeks, then twisted or pulled a ligament. It's a knee, out again. So she found herself 18 months later ranked 172. And she realized, and I realized when she said that if you're a professional tennis a pro for 16 years, she won 7 tournaments. So she said, you actually lose every weekend. Every week. She said, for 16 years, I was losing every week but 7. And I said, wow. And we think we have a bad life. So what's really interesting when you listen to these athletes, what they're going through and what their determination also is. And I think that's something that people need to understand. We always hear about the greatest athletes, but it's not by accident what they're achieving. So follow these role models and use them as examples. And even in the face of failure, sometimes the best things come out of it, and you figure out where you want to go next. That's really important, because life is not a straight line. And I'm going to steal one more little sentence from a speech from Denzel Washington at Penn State, as I got prepared for the whole thing here. And he said, nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. This is, again, either you're all in. If you want to play with a safety net, the outcome might not be as big as you wish it to be. That's what I really like. This is what athletes do. This is what I believe Patrick did, Andrea did. We had many other athletes. And that's what I believe in. And if you do too, then I'm sure we'll find solutions for all the challenges that we are facing today. Even so, you're free from university life as of today and are ready to take on the world, you're not alone on that journey. My generation, your parents, your lecturers, we will all continue to give you support wherever you need it. We will help you when you need encouragement. We will applaud you when you succeed. And we will help you to make this world a little bit better. And at the end of my speech, I would therefore like to appeal to you to maintain the following attributes along your journey. Stay courageous, take accountability, and remain respectful all the time. Remain respectful all the time. I believe that is really important in today's world. The world needs the ideas of a new generation, and the world needs exactly your ideas. So congratulations again on your successful graduation from the WHU, and thanks for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a very nice speech, very good speech, even though 30% or so basically overlapped a little bit. And now I have a second overlapping thing, because in your speech you said that you never wear shirts and suits, but our speakers always get cufflinks. Only the good speakers, the bad speakers get nothing. So in other words...
There still might be a wedding of my kids, right? So let's see.
Absolutely. So the next time you have a shirt, even this is only very occasionally, these are the WHU cufflinks. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks a lot. Thank you. So how does it come in? I have to disappear, and you gentlemen, please go up.
So also a warm welcome from our side. My name is Stefan Löw. I'm responsible for handing the certificates to the academic directors, which are then going to hand it over to our graduates over here. If you have some very uncomfortable jewelry, I would recommend taking it off, because there needs some applause to be done over the next 20 to 30 minutes, and I hope that you brought some tenacity with that. With that, I would like to invite the Master in Entrepreneurship students all to the stage and join Christoph. You can make use of the whole stage up until here. It's all yours.
Okay, yeah. Before we start with the official handout, I was given a couple of minutes to say a couple of words about my students, and I was very happy about that, because they are very, very special to me. And I wanted to tell you as parents or relatives why this is the case, with a little background story from my side. So I was asked to start this program 8 years ago. We decided to have a Master in Entrepreneurship program, and took us 2 years together with the colleagues to come up with all the content and the network. And then we started 6 years ago, and we had quite a small cohort, which is normal for any new program, and some also really cool students. But then in the second year, was like also the number was quite low. Also in the third year, at that time I had 3 very small children myself at home, so I was also low on energy. We had some very hard hits in the family, and Corona came. So I thought, okay, can't get any worse. And now I was really in the deep. And then in the beginning of 2020, suddenly the numbers of the Master in Entrepreneurship went up. So this was already a very positive signal. But then I remember I met you in the IPC building, I think the first time. And I was just really blown away about each and every one in here, about their personalities. I could tell you a story about each and every one of them, like how they impressed me. But just a couple of things. I mean, some in here, they are so strong. They already had so much expertise and knowledge. I'm seeing Daniel, I'm seeing Lucas, who had already so much, they had learned. Some of them, they were just, the best communicators, Julia, and very positive people. I don't know, I see Maren, they were always supportive, very analytic. Actually, Maren corrected me in the first class. I will never forgive you for that. And I don't know, then, for instance, Philip and Joshua, they were just pure entrepreneurial minds. They already brought their products to the first week, and I had to look at it. I remember it was something to open a door during Corona. So, yeah, it was just a very great experience. And for me, that really meant, I mean, I like my job, but my father was a doctor, and for him it was a calling to be a doctor. And you guys made it a calling for me to be a professor. And you made me just very fortunate for having you these last 2 years. And to the parents, if you're a parent like me, you love your children and they are the best ones. But I can give you like external validity on each and every one of these guys. You have really raised them and educated them in the best way. And yeah, I would just do anything with those guys. Thanks a lot. Yeah. I thought I had to cry, but luckily not. Okay, so we'll start with Paul Appel. Isabel Dorothea Aufrecht. Niklas Marvin Konrad Aunen. Lukas Bierfreund. Ja. Anand Botra. Are your parents here? No. Ah, okay. Here you go. Hey. Leon Frederik Johannes Buchholz. Where is he? Ah, Leon. So. Konrad Christoph Czisarek. Hey. Julia Jolie. Max Julian Fischer. Hey. Tien Grünewald. Gratuliere dir. Joel Ronaldo Haas. Alles Gute hier. Janine Vanessa Heinrich. Congratulations. Okay. Elaine, Brigitta, Henrike, Farah, Sophie, Ladik. Oh, sorry. Philipp Oskar Hoffmann. Philipp. Hey. I have to add something. Philipp and Alexander, they were always with their screens on in Zoom, so an extra plus for you guys. Daniel Christian Hofinger. Okay. Visesa Sudip Schein. Okay. Philipp Alexander Jonetsko. Okay. So, bitte sehr. Joshua Kilp. Hey. So. Nikolas David Korger. Yes. Komm, gerne Mitte. Ja. Maren lebt sanft. Hey. Jonas Ley. Hey, gratuliere. Charlotte Victoria Muth. Alessandro Passinato. Alles Gute. Ja. Mauritz Ernst Hubertus Thomas Pablo Perez. Francisco Luis Miguel Puno. Hey, Luis. Niklas Jan Radermacher. Hey. Upp. Alexander Riefert. Alles Gute. Ja. So. Daniel Schemmert. Alles Gute. So. Alexander Schmidt. Helen Nina Schmidt. Alles Gute. Jan Lukas Schmitz. Alles Gute. Raphael Ulrich Simon. Marins Klarek. Olivia Sokolowska. Alexander Michael Steurer. Ah, da. Alles Gute. And the last one, David Valentin Winkelmann. Thanks, bitte. So. Okay. You can talk into my microphone here.
Yeah, okay, so since you made us really feel like a family, as everybody can see probably right now, so we really want to thank you for putting so much effort in the program. And since there was Corona, so we couldn't really do our barbecues, we brought you something so that we are ready for the next barbecue, and we're all going to come by and do it. So we are really excited about it, and we are looking forward to it. So thank you.
Barbecue reunion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot to everyone. Thanks. If it takes any longer, I'll really start to cry, so just go.
So we want to avoid seeing that on stage, so therefore congratulations from all of us. Please take your well-deserved seats again, together with your certificates. And when leaving over here, I would invite the Master in Finance students to join us on stage from there. Thank you very much. A second ago.
Okay, I don't have my own microphone, so I'm using this one. I also want to say some few words. Dear graduates, I'm really happy to see you here on stage. My sincere congratulations. And you're also a little bit a special group for me, because I just took over this excellent Master in Finance 1 year ago. So I'm just building on work that my colleagues did, excellent work. And you're the first group, basically, I'm sending out. So I'm also a little bit proud today. But today is your day, basically. Celebrate it. You can be you can be proud of what you reached. It's a milestone in your life, and then you can go forward, looking all the challenges ahead. I mean, you heard a lot of very good recommendations. I just can underline that and listen to them and take them really by heart. And but today, celebrate with your family, your beloved ones, your friends, and all the best for you. And now you receive the certificates.
Okay. Sarah Bastigkeit. Thomas Benzinger. Clemens Borg. Gauvin Pierre-Frédéric Bruyère. Diana Jonela Chiluk. Oh, okay. Sivasanka Dhruva Kumar. Philipp Reinhard Alfred Dingerdissen. Tom Jasper Fiene. Fabian Marcel Fischer. Maximilian Alexander Freiherr von Villiers. Fabian Gebauer. Florian Geier. Mohit Hardika. Julius Hörner. Stefan Clemens Antonius Jakisch. Tim Jirsak. Tobias Klamer. Etienne Lagalie. Florian Philipp Meyer. Pratik Malhotra. Jonas Frederik Meissner. Arti Natarajan. Apolline Nosal. Sergei Panfilov. Gregor Wolfgang Raoul Philipp. Jonas Alexander Röder. Jonathan Levi Ruiz Sportmann. Leon Viktor Schmidt. Leonhard von Engelmann. Xin Rui Wang. And Yinghuan Xu. These are the graduates of this year's Master in Finance class on stage. Congratulations again to your achievements, your well-deserved applause. I would like you to take with the applause to take your seats again and make room for the first group of MIM graduates from Ayan Abbas to Pia Höfkes. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here. Sorry. Could
All right. So allow me, I hope you have some energy left, because if I did the math right, we haven't quite reached half time in applauding our graduates. But allow me to, just a few words to address our Master in Management students of 2022. It's been mentioned several times, but this is also a cohort that is quite special to me, because it's the first cohort that, as an academic director, I was able to accompany from the very beginning, meaning already the admissions process to the very end. And it's also one that is special in quite many respects. I mean, we use these buzzwords of resilience and ambidexterity many times, but I think you are among the very few WHU graduates who've really put this to life through their entire program. Some of you started applying before, some of you in the middle of, well, time in which we didn't even know what a pandemic means. And you had a lot of trust in us that we would be able to figure it out. And as a business school, of course, we have all the processes in place for admission processes, but not in pandemic times. So 3 months into my directorship, we thought, well, oh boy, how are we going to handle this now? And the admission process, meeting people for the first time on camera in a purely digital environment, worked so much better than we ever imagined. But because you made it work, because you were able to deal also with, later on, purely digital, hybrid, and also in person. That's what we all desire. And it just dawned on me, it's the first time, in fact, that I see the entire Master in Management class in person in a single room. So thanks a lot for your resilience, for waiting so long to be together in a room. And also, even though I think we did a really good job as a business school making it work in pandemic times,
it's time in which you would assume that many questions arise from the student body, but there's only very few questions that really reached me as an academic director, and I think also Stefan as the program director. And this is, Markus Rudolf already mentioned it before, because of the great class speakers of this class, which I really would like to thank here. Pauline and Justus, thanks a lot for making also this part work here. So again, congratulations for your achievements in the most difficult times we can imagine, starting a program and finishing it. So congratulations, this is your day. Celebrate together in person. All the best.
Ayan Abbas. Julia Maria Atjanese. Giorgio Pagliani. Paul Vinzenz Becher. Semira Carolina Bernhard. Jonas Bickert. Isabel Bose. Hendrik Büchel. Kenan Buhic. Daniela Anna Zeranski. Glenn Davidson. Joshua de Souza Rodriguez Sotrup. Alyssa Shalane Dobmeier Gauthier. Lukas Maximilian Dörr. Lukas Ebeler. Felix Efferts. Alexander Erhardt. Hanna Erlebach. Katharina Monique Maria Finken. Nico Maximilian Vöcking. Valentin Ludwig Franke. Niklas Franz. Stacy Bernice Frind. Florian Josef Giffels. Aurel Gussmann. Kai Helen Hallbauer. Nora Annabel Hänisch. Erik Stefan Ottomar Hansen. Marcel Laszlo Henrich. Carla Maria Heuel. Camilla Salome Katharina Hochgürtel. Pia Höfges. Again, congratulations to the first group of the Master Management students. We would now like to ask you to take your seats again, moving from this side, and ask the second group of Master Management students to come to the stage. Congratulations. Niklas Leon Höppner. Jonathan David Hover. Kai Hundertmark. Vinayak Kumar Iyer. Konrad Izdebski. Ridi Kanwal. Konstanze Kehne. Johanna Carolina Kling. Elisabeth Maria Klug. Konstantin Frederik Krakau. Franziska Grön. Jan Philipp Kulke. Isabella Anna Maria Lappe. Celine Leuschner. Michael Linke. Yuhui Liu. Hanna Marie Lommel. Philipp Mattes. Esther Maubach. Kai Jean Henry May. Alina Katharina Andrea Mengen. Zhengxian Miao. Johannes Leander Michaelsen. Puja Mini. Nein, ist da. Maximilian Theodor Molinari. Anna Möller-Quintana. Gianluca Nerga. Nam Hai Ngo. Daniel Nickenig. Laura Peserico. Abdel Muiz Raisi. Shreya Yitendra Raitata. Paul Luis Falcon Riegel. Marco Ries. Congratulations again. As we already practiced, we would like you to take your seats again, and we would invite the last group of Master Management students to join the stage. Congratulations. Luisa Claudia Barbara Roggenkemper. Cedric Rom. Annika Caroline Scheible. Philipp Schank. Philipp Scherbaum. Tessa Hella Katharina Schetter. Lea Schilling. Claudius Schmidt. David Thomas Schneider. Pauline Schneider. Jens Justus Schröder. Nils Alexander Siefers. Eva Sippel. Guido Leonhard Solors. Moritz Steinbauer. Christina Stiegler. Min Huang Ta. Marco Tabacchi. Katharina Anna Theissen. Fabian Troch. Caroline Fessen. Tanpicha Vatavanichkul. Vijay Vermani. Sebastian Vetterere. Christopher Wagner. Henry Waker. Nils Horst Weiler. Chiara Westmeier. Anna-Lena Wintergalen. Maximilian Markus Maria Wurdak. Falk Zanini. Lukas Philipp Zervoudakis. Last but not least, Yichao Chang. Oh. Moment. Nadja Jerusalem, Christina Jerusalem. Congratulations, Master Management students. It is with great pleasure that I would like to ask Justus Schröder and Pauline Schneider to stay on the stage to take over for your graduation speech.
Professor Rudolf was right. It is truly a magical view from up here. And shout out to my parents, could you not cry within the next 5 minutes? That will make it a lot easier. Thank you. Dear Mr. Ohlmeyer, dear Professor Rudolf, dear family members, friends, and WHU faculty. But most of all, dear fellow graduating students of the MSc class of 2022. It is an honor for Justus and myself to welcome all of you today to celebrate the last 2 years. Before we start reflecting on these years together, we would like to congratulate you, dear fellow students, on your achievements. All of you here have managed to collect all credits through countless hours of Zoom lectures, through online exams, as well as sometimes nerve-wracking group work, and finally, a lengthy master thesis. This itself is not only an outstanding achievement, but receiving your degree from one of Europe's best business schools is something to celebrate today with your friends and family. And we are certain that this graduation day will give you the opportunity to do so. Furthermore, we want to emphasize the special gesture made by those friends and family members who have come a long way from across the world to be here with us today. What we all have achieved during our studies at WHU goes beyond the courses we pass and hopefully the good grades we received. Unfortunately, the beginning of our time in Wellendorff was dictated by COVID-19 for all of us. Nevertheless, we hope you look back on your first experiences we made possible as a cohort and keep them in good memory, be it the welcome week or getting to know your fellow classmates for the first time. The first semester was academically challenging for us. We hope we were able to lift the spirit during those times through the quick distribution of the class jackets and the little Christmas surprise we had in store for you. During the second semester, our efforts were rewarded with the election of the semester abroad, opening new doors for many of us. While we managed to tackle the academic hurdles, everybody faced individual challenges, such as finding the right internship or organizing this elected semester abroad. After a time away from Wellendorff, some returned and some did not, but we all were faced with one final task, writing a thesis. A good reason to procrastinate was the boat party in April, which we were all desperately waiting for. For us, our last 2 years have shown that not every limitation has to be a setback. It also represents an opportunity for positive change and personal progress. No matter where your next steps take you, we hope you will look back on your time in Wellendorff and keep it in good remembrance. And the challenging moments gave you the opportunity to grow into who you are today.
After having the privilege to study for at least 2 years at this renowned institution, every one of us has the chance to experience what makes WHU special. For some of us, it may be the unforgettable memories made within this beloved village, at the Burgplatz or at Niederwert. For some, it may be lifelong friendships. And for some, it may be the tools we have learned to understand and structure complex issues. But for all of us, WHU has offered us the chance to bond with its faculty, alumni, and fellow students. Through countless opportunities and academic challenges, our alma mater has nurtured our personal development and thereby built the foundations for our future. Additionally, many of us have shown great commitment in diverse aspects, true to the WHU motto, show courage and commitment always. In this spirit, our MSc class of 2022 shall remain closely connected and continue to contribute to the WHU community in the future, because once a WHUler, always a WHUler. In this context, we would also like to take the opportunity to thank the WHU administration, especially the Dean's Office, the WHU Career Center, Dr. Löw, Peter Christ, and our academic directors, Professor Andres, Professor Jakob, Professor Fendel, and Professor Hinert. Even if it was not always apparent to you, dear graduating students, as much took place behind the scenes, we could always count on their support. They consistently accommodated the students' wishes and solved the concerns to the best of their abilities. Thank you very much for the past 2 years. Thank you. As we head forward now, we remain united, but everyone will face new challenges and new opportunities. We will go into banking, consulting, corporates, family firms, NGOs, or launch our own companies. We will have to deal with the challenges that come with a new location, a new environment, and new friends. And this will create a significant amount of uncertainty as we continue to develop as people and as leaders. However, considering all these aspects and matters, you can be sure of one thing. The solution leads back to the fundament of what WHU is for us all about. It's outstanding people who always team up and support each other. If you look around here, you will see talented, ambitious, and charismatic students from all around the world. A group of individuals with a strong commitment, a willingness to sacrifice, and the spirit to go the extra mile. We are certainly confident that we are all well prepared to leave Wallender, to step up and to take over responsibility. Dear friends and fellow graduating students, now is also the time for us to thank you for your trust over the past 2 years. It's been our great pleasure and honor to serve this outstanding cohort as your student representatives. Pauline and I are both so grateful to be part of this class and this incredible institution. We are looking forward to staying connected and meeting everyone at homecomings, reunions, or wherever. But for now, let us enjoy this special occasion today. It is a great reminder of how far we have come together as colleagues, as friends, and as part of the WHU community. Dear fellow graduating students, we have made it. Congratulations on becoming alumni of WHU Otto Beisheim School of Management. Thank you.
Dear Pauline, dear Justus, of course, we want to say thank you as well. You were the 2 class representatives of the MSc class 2022, and on behalf of that, I would like to say a massive thank you for your effort and commitment throughout these 2 years. You made it truly an unforgettable and wonderful experience for us at WHU. And as a little thank you, of course, you already received part of it. Just please enjoy yourself with it little voucher we give to you on behalf of the MSc class 2022. And here's also a little memory for you as a hopefully lifelong memory that will last a few years. So you can remember your time as class representatives as well in your new adventures. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda point is provided by Dr. Marco Vieto, the chairperson of In Praxi, the alumni organization of our school, an alumnus himself, and he is going to hand out the In Praxi Best Thesis Award. Marco, would you please come to stage?
Yeah, dear graduates of the Master of Science class 2022, congratulations. Congratulations to your achievement. Congratulations to becoming officially Master of Science graduates of WHU. Indeed, as the chairman of In Praxi, the WHU Alumni Association, I'm very honored and very happy to be one of the first to officially congratulate to that step, to your achievement. This is really something to celebrate, and that's why we're all here. Before I actually start, I indeed have the honor to award a prize, the In Praxi Best Thesis Award. With this award, the WHU alumni want to highlight thesis, Abschlussarbeiten, that fulfill highest academic standards and deal with topics that do not have only commercial relevance, but also a social relevance, and that also at the same time convince with practical implications. This outstanding thesis award comes with a prize of 1,000 euros. And this year's Best Master Thesis Award goes to Hannah Erlebach. Maybe you can... Your thesis is titled Ethical Desired Fundraising Communication of a Non-Profit. And being in charge of a non-profit organization myself, I find it a highly interesting topic, but that's not why you were awarded the prize. It was supervised by WHU Professor Christian Schleret, the Chair of Digital Marketing, and written in cooperation with Welthungerhilfe. So non-profit organizations, indeed, constantly face the struggle how to frame their communication around asking for donations. That's something that we frequently do at In Praxi as well. And so while the goal is obviously attracting funding and donations, the question is how exactly do you phrase it? What do you put forward? Do you put forward the kind of the recipients of the donate, or the kind of the people that benefit from? Do you portray more the problem? Do you portray the larger context, the larger environment? And you did a very impressive empirical study, itself raising, if I'm right, 125,000 euros in donations. So with a thesis also collecting 125,000 euros. And you conducted this survey amongst 700 Welthungerhilfe supporters, yeah? And so you discussed how to combine economic success and how to ethically and optimally communicate. This is indeed super relevant and interesting for people managing and non-profit organizations to deepen their understanding on how donors behave and how to strategically design fundraising communication. So, and you provide really practical implications for nonprofit organizations on how to design their communication. So we overall had a lot of theses to choose from, but we really selected yours because it really is a super example of how to combine analytical academic rigor and practical implication, in this case in a very positive non-profit way. So you really have deserved that prize. Congratulations from In Praxi.
All right, so I clearly didn't prepare a speech, and I know that we are all like urgently waiting for the champagne reception, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I'd love to thank my supervisor, Professor Christian Schleret. Thank you very much for all the encouragement and also the challenges that the thesis brought up to you. And of course, I'd also like to thank my family and my boyfriend who always support me throughout the time. And yes, lastly, I'd also like to thank Eric Hansen, our colleague, who always helped me during the thesis with his advice and very long phone calls when I was in desperate need for it. So thank you all a lot, and let's celebrate.
Yeah, now back to you all, graduates of the WHU Master of Science class 2021. This morning in the bachelor ceremony, I borrowed from a former soccer trainer who said in German, "Ihr habt fertig." Yeah? You are done, and that is also true for you. After 2 intense and quite, you could say, probably stressful times of years of study, now you're officially WHU graduates. When I was asked by the dean whether I wanted to participate in today's ceremony, there might have been one thought in your head, Markus Rudolf, that WHU grows stronger with its alumni, with every new generation of alumni that strengthen the bond, that convey the word to the outside. Justus, what you said, I liked a lot. Yeah, once a WHUler, always a WHUler. This is very true. And 34 years ago, in fall of 1988, the first WHU graduates or the first generation ever left the university, received their certificates. I graduated 16 years later in 2004, and now another few years later, you have the same feeling that many generations before you had. We made it. Wir haben fertig. And of course, every one of you has her or his own impressions and memories of the past 2 years, but maybe something that we all share in common. You're a group of people from across the world with numerous different backgrounds, with different expectations, dreams, different personalities, characters, and individual ambitions. You were selected to found and build a new student class at WHU. You embarked on a journey in quite unsecure times. It was already in the middle of COVID, into somewhat unknown lands with the promise of WHU to enhance your personal and professional capabilities. You signed up for that, maybe out of adventureship, maybe out of rational investment calculus. No class ever perfectly knew what was coming ahead, but this is certainly true for you in a time that was very special and that was impacted by a global pandemic, requesting very flexible responses in a constantly changing environment. You learn to bridge differences between you build a team, you supported each other, you listened to one another, we just heard that. You lived with each other in this tiny village, and you respected each other. And with this, you continue to grow, you develop more self-confidence, you develop your personalities, and maybe you learned that there is no difference between being different people with individual skills and being a great team, because that's what I heard often from you, that you really feel as one big team as the Master of Science class 2022. So this is really something that developed from being individuals coming here to tiny Fallender, and now you're a group that has grown together over these 2 years in difficult environment. Many of you have attended my lecture on scaling companies, and you know that one of my favorite topics is about taking risks. And also here, you can individually and as a group take risks. Just do it. Here again, I'm borrowing from, this time it's an American entrepreneur and investor, Warren Buffett, who said, at the end of your life, you will not regret what you did. You will regret what you did not do. You are young, you're well educated, you can try new things, you can go new ways. So really, I encourage you, take these risks and combine it with what we heard earlier. Take responsibility. You're able to change things. You will be in positions where you can influence things. Take that responsibility, be aware of it, but also while doing it, my personal recommendation is take risks. So if you want to do it, you can do it, but you actually have to do it. And the good thing about the team is you don't have to do it alone. So if you look ahead, what's coming? I would say more work, more fun, and more team. The Master of Science challenge is behind you. The professional challenge is ahead of you. Well, most of you have some work experience prior to joining WHU, but now the real professional life starts. So you should never forget, it's all about passionate work, yes, but it's also about work and life balance, and it's about team power. So, and with this, exactly the same ingredients that I just mentioned before. So, of course, studying here is hard work. Working outside in the world sometimes can be hard and tough. So, yes, and that is also part of everyone's life, working, and you want to achieve results. But at the same time, there must be happiness in or from success. Because without personal and social health, life is not meaningful. And also, your health is at risk then. So a healthy and relaxed, balancing work and lifestyle is critically important. You might think, oh, I'm young, I'm healthy. My advice now, being out of this university since 18 years, since my first degree, I would say make sure it stays like this. Keep in mind how important personal health is and balance this with your career ambition, with that aspect of working hard, which is also there, but it needs to be balanced. And then finally, there is the team component. Yeah? So every one of us is an individual that gives and takes. And often it's about sharing and caring. It's around honest communication. And so I would encourage you to kind of remember that. It's all about sharing, contributing to a team. You will always be part of a team as much as I have been part of the team of WHU Master Class of 2022. Yeah? Finally, at the same time, be grateful. The fact that you're receiving today your master degrees is in large part your own accomplishment, but also be aware that this is also an achievement of the families, your loved ones, that supported you in many cases on the way to that day today. Be grateful for that. You're now alumni of WHU. You're officially graduated. Most of you already are members of In Praxi. Might have already have that red book, which contains the addresses, names, phone numbers, email addresses of all WHU alumni. And no matter where you go, you will meet fellow alumni of WHU that meet you in a very open, trustworthy, friendly, personal way. And I hope that you will become very active alumni too, contributing to that community of WHU alumni. There's a second gadget. You should get it. I'm not sure whether you already have it. It's the In Praxi luggage tag. It's super funny. If you're traveling now, you can travel again, so you're spending time at airports, waiting, and so on. And if you see people running around with that blue luggage tag, it happens surprisingly often that this is the case, that you run into complete strangers, but via this luggage tag you realize, oh, we studied at the same place, in most cases in tiny Fallender. Yeah. So, In Praxi will be the backbone network to rely on, to make friends, to establish also context in a professional context, but for me, In Praxi is much more something for your private life, for your personal life. And you will always be part of that network. Yeah? As said, we have more than 6,000 alumni around the world, living and working on all continents. On a professional side, I'm often in Singapore. I'm part of that WhatsApp group of the alumni who live in Singapore. It's a super active, close community who supports each other in living in Singapore. So it's not only working in Germany, it's essentially working around the globe. The alumni network needs you, your commitment, your input, your contribution, your brains. It's all based on voluntary work of the members. This year alone, we had 1,500 alumni attending In Praxi events. So it is an active, very active network, and we at In Praxi claim that being members of having access to In Praxi, becoming part of that group, of that family of WHU alumni is the second big privilege that you earn by studying at WHU next to the actual content and what you learned during your studies. With you, we are very happy that our community has grown by more than 200 personalities. We're super happy about that. As said, you're a diverse group, that's great, and we love and appreciate having you in our group and in our family now. So, the professional challenge is ahead of you. Embrace it, take risks, but at the same time, make sure that you balance work and life. You got what it takes to be a real master. That's what we see in your degrees today. But now take these tools that you have and have impact on the world. Take risks. Be an ambassador for WHU and become very active members of In Praxi. That's what I personally would be very happy about to see. But today is indeed a day of celebration. Take a little break. Be happy about what you achieved. Let's indeed celebrate tonight. And other than that, let's keep in touch. That's the In Praxi motto. Let's keep in touch. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for your attention.
So we're coming to an end, almost. My first enjoyable duty is to announce the next musicians. But before I do that, I would like to give you a little bit of a guideline what is happening next. Namely, a champagne reception has been prepared outside, and I'm going to be very happy. We are all going to be very happy to meet you there. But the students, the graduates, please stay in the room for a while, because Kai Müller is going to take a photo. So we will ask you to get on stage, I guess. No, Kai is getting on stage. No, students, no, graduates are going on stage. We begin drinking, and when you are finished with your photo, then we are already in very good mood and are awaiting you there. And now the last agenda point is music, namely Nishta Puri from the MSc 2024 and Julius Krippal from the BSc 2025. In vocals and guitar, New West wrote this for you. Thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of the evening.
I know sometimes this life can make you feel anxious, keep you medicated. People, they love to talk, but they don't know you the way that I know you. So please tell me what's been on your mind. It's just you and I. It's so damn hard not to cry. Yeah, I know that life can kill you sometimes, but you can sing this song if it helps you get through. And baby, just know that I wrote it for you. I can say that I know how it feels to go through everything that you've been through. I won't tell you to smile if you don't feel happy, but you always have me. So please tell me what's been on your mind. It's just you and I. It's so damn hard not to cry. Yeah, I know that life can kill you sometimes, but you can sing this song if it helps you get through. And baby, just know that I wrote it for you. So please tell me what's been on your mind. It's just you and I. God, it's so damn hard not to cry. Yeah, I know that life can kill you sometimes, but you can sing this song if it helps you get through. And baby, just know that for everything that you do, know that
And reception is outside, please.
As we walk our different paths through life, we sometimes find ourselves faced with a situation that takes us outside our comfort zone. We feel doubt and confusion, but we know we must keep moving forward to succeed. Obstacles block our way. Tackling new problems can seem overwhelming. And new challenges drive us to do better, to be better. Some days we feel like we're just a face in a crowd. And others, we can feel like the spotlight shines on us alone. But we must not be afraid of failure, because the family we find in our friends and mentors can guide us, can motivate and remind us that with courage and commitment, anything is possible.
It is still so that excellence from the beginning on was a core value. In other words, it is about quality.
As an individual, we learn that here, thinking differently can mean thinking innovatively, which is not only celebrated, but encouraged. As a community, we look to each other for support as we head towards excellence. And together, we see that our goals are within our reach. We find the strength to grow, to succeed, and support others along the way. This is the WHU spirit. As we walk our different paths through life, we sometimes find ourselves faced with a situation that takes us outside our comfort zone. We feel doubt and confusion, but we know we must keep moving forward to succeed. Obstacles block our way. Tackling new problems can seem overwhelming. And new challenges drive us to do better, to be better. Some days we feel like we're just a face in a crowd. And others, we can feel like the spotlight shines on us alone. But we must not be afraid of failure.